How's it going? We're back to working on PRism. I am first getting started with pulling up Claude code, CLI, and my Perplexity window here. I asked Perplexity to perform a review of any GitHub changes to let me know what we were last working on. So it looks like we had a pull request which was add Android themed icon monochrome layer. And that was the most recent session. The fix was committed. A new script that derives a monochrome icon via luminance thresholding from the same source artwork. Alright. One unresolved item on device verification of the actual ring fix was inconclusive on the Pixel 7 non-Play Store Google API system image. The Sprint doc notes that a Play Store system image or physical Pixel device on Android 13 Plus is a recommended next verification step. Full recent sprint chain. Okay, so these were the last few sprints that have been completed, starting with the UI UX product polish. All screens now have proper loading, error, and empty states. CI fixed for Node 20 WebSocket issue. Alright, then the next sprint is a brand icon, including the Shield logo wired as a iOS Android icon and splash screen. Then we did backfill brand icon sprint design or sprint document, and then Android monochrome layer. Okay, the next session should be the sprint doc explicitly leaves one open item. Confirm the Pixel launcher ring is actually gone on a compatible Android environment. The current AVD uses a Google API system image which may not honor the themed icons monochrome feature. The recommended path is either create a new AVD or verify on physical Android 13 Pixel device if one is available. I do not have one available. Let's get some music back up here. What's going on, Primes? Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. Sipping some wine in the garage while it storms. That sounds actually kind of peaceful. Hope it's going well and that it clears up. Except sometimes I enjoy when it's storming. I'd rather it storm for a while while I'm inside. It's just kind of peaceful. So I'm working on basically the same app that I started about 5 streams ago. So we're just getting some Android iOS items out of the way. Basically the Android has some things that the agent needs to work on. So I'm asking Perplexity to provide me with a prompt, and I'm stating that the high level goal is to complete all existing sprints and anything else that is mentioned we need to address. The high-level goal is to complete all existing sprints, and anything else that is mentioned we need to address in the documents. Once we get to a point, in other words, we want to get to a point where we can work on new feature ideas and UI, UX decisions. Alright, so we've got a prompt to Claude. Primes, what's up? I did some Android project years ago. Do you still need that Android IDE and Java and all that? Or how does it work with Claude? No, you do not need an IDE. I recall there was sort of a similar process that I had gone through a couple years ago when trying to run an Android simulator. It seems to be a tremendous amount easier for me right now than when it was when I tried several years ago. What seems to be happening is that there was a script that was generated which it installs like one of those Android emulation kits, SDKs, and it configures that. It's like a script that configures the SDK so that Claude already established this endpoint for the emulation, and it basically handled all of that for me. And I'm working on the Android part right now, which is sort of an unfamiliar domain for me, is Android simulation. I'm much more familiar with iOS, Swift UI, on a native Mac environment. It just seems to be a really nice experience. Yep, I remember Eclipse. I remember that too. I never ran any Android simulations using Eclipse, but I used it for my object-oriented programming class. Alright, so here is the prompt to Claude. The prompt to Claude. You are the lead engineer of the PRism Expo React Native Fitness Tracker repository. The mission is to bring the repo to a true ready new product work state. Complete, verify, or explicitly disposition every existing sprint and every actionable follow-up, caveat, deferred verification, recommendation, blocker, or open question recorded anywhere in the repository documentation. The endpoint is a trustworthy baseline from which we can deliberately begin new feature ideation and UI UX decisions. Do not begin implementing the new user-facing features or redesigning the product until this closure work is complete and documented. The definition of done is we are only done when every existing sprint record has a clear final status. Every open item mentioned in sprint records have been inventoried and resolved or explicitly accepted. All verification claims are evidence-based and correctly scoped. Automated validation is green. Native iOS and Android build launch status is known or documented. Every meaningful action has an appropriately scoped sprint record created before implementation. A final readiness document exists that lists completed work, accepted limitations, externally blocked items, and the exact boundary at which new feature UI UX work may begin. This is pretty comprehensive. Let's go ahead and trust that it is going to do good work. Maybe I should be more patient and read that thoroughly. But there wasn't one thing that I disagreed with that I read. It seemed like everything that I was reading I agreed with, which concerns me just a little bit, because I feel like I should have some kind of critical thought process about what I'm reading, deciphering whether or not this aligns with what we really should be working on. And given that this project doesn't have like incredibly defined structure in how we're building it, it's hard to really know which design decisions I should make about things that I'm not familiar with that are being incorporated, and that there's really not like a highly sophisticated plan to this other than just see how quickly, not necessarily how quickly, but if efficiently I can clone an application and put it on the App Store. And sometimes I go down rabbit holes as well, which takes up time, so I'm trying to do my best to realize when that's not providing as much value as it could, or if at all. Because I feel like sometimes going down rabbit holes has been a nice little break from thinking about the technical stuff, just so I can kind of like refresh my brain. But going on a rabbit hole for too long can really just slow down any kind of progress. Hey man, how's it going? I do have a Discord. Give me a minute and I'll post it up in the chat. Have you thought about going, how about you're going, oh, okay, distribution. Yes, I think I've thought about that. Like, how am I going to get users, and how am I going to, well, get paying users, especially. No, I haven't really put too much thought into that. I put some thought into it, but not like a tremendous amount. I'm not as concerned about how I'm going to make money off of it yet. I just want to know that I can create I want to create an infrastructure that can receive revenue, but if it actually receives revenue or not is sort of a secondary consideration. If we can even get to the first, I'd say, goal of this entire experiment is I've never personally shipped an application to the App Store at all. So if I can make it that far, I'll be happy. And then, I'll decide whether or not it's something that I think is worth trying to reach out and get others to subscribe to. That'll be sort of like another experiment. Like, what is that process like? Maybe, I'm not sure. I appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate you stopping by, Mike. So I'm asking Perplexity to remove or to review the 3 images of the UI UX onboarding screens for PRism, because I'd like these to be a little more polished. How's it going? Thanks for stopping by from the UK. I'm currently building an application for fitness tracking. This is an experiment. I want to clone an existing application in regards to its user scalable infrastructure and having a revenue model implemented as well, because I've never done that, and I think it would be really a valuable experience for me to be able to at least build an application that has the potential for user scalability, and it also has a revenue model implemented as well, which I have not created before. Yeah, it's a fitness training application, and it's evolving as I build it as well. I had the initial clone or the model, but as I've begun working on it, it takes on its own form. So cloning an app doesn't really feel like cloning it when doing it the way that I've been doing it. But I am trying my best to stay aligned with a model of success that's already been proven. Yes, how are you intending to put up the revenue model and backend development? Those are just design decisions that I'm still in the process. I haven't made those decisions yet. I'm somewhat aware of different revenue softwares or services like Stripe, and there's another one that I just can't think of right now, but I haven't really designed that infrastructure out yet. I am just building the front end for the time being so that I can at least feel confident that there is a functional user interface and experience that has already been created. I'll obviously need to configure some backend components to make sure that it works. I mean, that's sort of the whole point, is getting to that part in UI design where I feel confident that this is something that has enough features to start hooking up backend components to. But I'd be interested in knowing like what best practices are for front-end, back-end teams. Do they work, like, how do they build their aspects of the software together in such a way that allows the front-end designers to move forward on their features and things that they want, and then get the back-end programmers to hook things up to the front-end modifications that were made and created. I do see you posted something. Okay, my go would be Stripe and Supabase for revenue and backend development. I think those are familiar to me, so I'm comfortable considering those. There's others, I think like Revenue Cat or Revenue Rabbit, I don't know. I'm working on the paid plan for Claude, $20 a month. Or are you just into Perplexity? I love Perplexity. I've used it for the last 2 years. I've had access to the pro version for $5 a month because of my school email. I just graduated in May, so I still have access to Perplexity Pro. I need to consider the transfer over to a different email at some point, because my email address is no longer going to be valid unless I take more classes at UCF. So, alright, I have this action from Perplexity asking me to create a branch in the repository, which I used to do that, and I like that it can do that, but it was really throwing me off because sometimes ClaudeCLI would create a new branch and make changes, and those would get pushed to the GitHub repository. But Perplexity also has that capability. Perplexity can create a branch in GitHub. It can push and make changes to your code base in GitHub. So it has a lot of capability in that regards. But having Perplexity and then Claude both pushing things up to GitHub is an ideal workflow, I think, in terms of using multiple agents. But the way that I'm using these two different services just isn't really aligned with that kind of practice where you're using multiple agents. I just haven't gotten to a multiple agent workflow yet. So you say, I still have a few months to be grad and masters. Can you help me bag the Perplexity discount? I wish I could. They only had it for like a certain period of time. It was like 2 years ago, just about, when I signed up for it, and I've just been sort of grandfathered in on this $5 a month membership, but it won't last once my school email no longer works. I think you just need to keep an eye out for whatever kind of educational discounts that these companies, these AI model companies, are offering, because they do it in like seasons. I remember I had gotten Gemini Pro as well for a year for free when they had launched that promotion, and so I've had the opportunity to use like the AI generation, the limited amount that you can do in a Pro subscription for Gemini. I'm still kind of exploring that a little bit and trying to use it. I have it for maybe about like 9 more months. But good luck in the grad degree. That sounds exciting. In masters, I couldn't get into Claude student program. Yeah, I never got that one myself. Okay, so I have to decide. Am I using? I guess I'll just use Perplexity to create this branch. We're gonna go ahead and approve it. Mail. What's going on, STR? I don't know much, but why would you branch as a solo developer in the infancy of building an app? It seemed irrelevant until the app was live to me. Yeah, I mean, that's probably what a lot of people might feel as well, depending on like where they're at in their experience with doing stuff like this. I've never done anything like this, and so I'm just kind of documenting my journey, learning how all this stuff works. Building, getting it to the point where it's live is the goal. And so I guess I'm just sharing my progress as I get to that goal, and hopefully learn from others who decide that they want to share their knowledge or help me consider different ideas about what I'm doing. Ramcode says, yes, I had claimed a 18-month free plan for Gemini. That's sick. So you're able to hop on that too. My major project. I lost hopes on my master's project. I'm just vibe coding. Yeah, man, the school grind life is just like, it's unlike any other. Mailficus, I appreciate you stopping by though, and I appreciate the question. I want to read what you said again. I don't know much, but why would you branch as a solo developer in the infancy stage, in the infancy of building an app? So why branch out as a solo developer in the infancy of building an application? I don't really know if I understand that question. You're asking why branch out in terms of what? Branching out in like on YouTube, or like, I'm just confused what you mean by that. I don't see branches as useful prior to the app being live. Oh, you mean feature branches and stuff like that in the repository? Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. That's a fair question. I haven't really thought about that too much. Let me do my best to respond to that. So, what I find valuable about it has not been from this particular project. It's just a practice that I've developed through learning on my own, basically, with making changes to an application and then not really feeling like I made changes that were desirable. And after I realized that, I wanted to at least have a place where I could go back to a previous version in case I lost it locally or something. So I like creating branches during this phase of my development journey, mainly because this is the only real phase I've ever experienced. So I haven't ever experienced a live project, and that's, now that I think of it, so I don't have any experience branching to a repository that currently is live. I've helped build a web application for a company before, where I interned for them, but they were doing a new product and they had many other developers working on it as well, and it wasn't live. It wasn't a live application by the time my internship was over. What were your considerations for UI UX design for the mobile app? I'm really going through the design considerations like right now in real time. I'll show you the current UI that I have decided to move forward on for the onboarding screen. Just give me a second to pull that up. These are the 3 onboarding screens that I am currently creating a branch for on GitHub, so that I can start working on this UI UX redesign, because right now Claude is currently working on another prompt that is handling a review of the existing code base. Sound. I was looking to connect Stitch with Claude Code for UI UX. Looking to connect Stitch with Claude Code. What is Stitch? Is that like a GitHub? Stitch. Okay, never mind. Stitch is like a UI generator thing. That'd be cool, yeah, if you were able to get those connected. Let me know how you do that. That sounds really interesting and valuable. Google Stitch is a website, a tool for UI, UX dummy. Yeah, that would be me. Okay, let's take a look at that. Yeah, that's pretty cool. it seems like a good idea to, you know, like as soon as you start working on a project, to start using these tools, because later down the pipeline, to integrate your whole app into these tools, which are very valuable, seems sometimes like a difficult task. So if you could start off with working with these tools sooner than later on a project, I feel like it will offer that much more value and get you through further along faster to the creation of whatever your vision is. And Perplexity is just sitting over here creating a branch that does not take this long. I don't think it was created. I need to now go check and see if it was created. Okay, no new branch was created. That's good. Now, Claude has been working for 45 minutes. That's pretty unusual for my prompts. Eli 10, what this prompts Claude CLI to do. I need to understand what it's working on. Refresh architecture against the baseline. Before we build cool new stuff, clean up every unfinished promise in this repository and prove app is in a trustworthy state. Dang, that's a pretty big task. I didn't realize how much I was asking of it. Claude is being asked to act like a careful engineer doing a final house cleaning and inspection. And it's breaking shit. But I want to cut down on the slop. But all I found was resources about websites, not Android apps. Yeah, if you get that figured out, let me know. Connecting Google Stitch to Claude Code. I don't really like this song. I do not really like that song. It was one I generated, so that does not make it to the cut. Yeah, and this is why I push my changes in my branches, is because I might break something and not really know what I need to do to get back, so I'll just revert back to an older commit. Or I can just discard the branch completely and work from the fresh working state. But I'm getting better at making my my branches like a lot more specific, because if I don't keep them as specific as possible, I risk the broad reach for the agent to act on parts of the code that I would prefer not. So having the specific instructions on what needs to be modified in explicit detail. I would update the screenshots of my app to your Discord or something if you have. I sent you a link, I think, yep, I just pinned the message here. I see. I never run prompts that large unless it's in planning mode. Then I review that before moving forward and make sure things are committed beforehand. Different workflow, same outcome probably. That's fair. You never run prompts that large unless in planning mode. Can you explain what planning mode is? Is planning mode like something that you're describing as like your own experience when you're in planning mode, or are you referring to a planning mode feature that exists in Claude Code or in whatever kind of tool that you may be using? I wasn't sure if you mentioned if you use Claude Code. Claude Code has planning mode where it generates a plan, and then I have Claude review it, and then you review it. Do you use any other AI tools while you are using Claude Code? I haven't gotten that familiar with all of the other Claude features except the Claude CLI. I kind of just jumped right into the CLI. I didn't really spend much time on the native application, the desktop application. Ram says it is an individual feature in almost all AI coding models. Or I can make the app public for a while in the Git. Did you join? Let me see. All right. Yeah, I mean, feel free to send me a direct message once you get connected. My my profile is accessible. Then Codex took it. The Claude Code started the culture of planning inside the coding terminal. Then Codex took it. Ah, I see. Yeah, I've been using Perplexity for a minute. I did enjoy using the GitHub Copilot while it was available. It might be available now, but I was using it pretty actively on one of my senior design projects. My experience with using AI tools went from only writing code that would be generated, or only generating code from an AI inside a web interface, a web application, like ChatGPT.com or Perplexity AI. So the way that I have evolved my AI-human collaboration in software development, or the way that I've evolved my practicing of using AI for code writing, it started with just having up the agent in a web browser. So I would have artificial intelligence booted up in some web browser using ChatGPT.com or Perplexity.ai, and I could just copy code from whatever project I was working on, and I'd paste it into the prompt, and I would have it improve the code, and then I would copy that whatever it produced, and then I would directly paste it inside of an IDE. And that was sort of how I first started using AI. Then eventually I started using AI plugins like copilots in the IDEs that could actually see the file just by selecting it and then typing in a prompt in the IDE. And then I did that for a while, and I would say this is sort of my third iteration of using AI, is now I'm writing code inside of the CLI, which has access to the entire directory. And I think the next evolution would be running multiple agents. That is sort of where I think that I am heading. Finlay, how's it going? Thanks for joining. Then Codex took it, joined the Discord. All right, cool. All right, yeah, I was waiting for it. Interesting. Have you tried asking ChatGPT to make an image of your app UI screen and then giving that to Claude to implement? This has produced the best UI designs by far for me. That's kind of what I'm doing, but I don't know. I had already created some UI views, and what I did was I took screenshots of those existing views and then I put them inside maybe Gemini or Perplexity, because Perplexity has image generation capabilities. I think I did Perplexity, and I said, here are 3 onboarding screens that I want to redesign. Let's generate an image for each one, and then I will review it. And now that I've reviewed it, I am working on creating a feature or a branch, a redesign user interface branch. So I'm creating this new branch for UI redesign. And inside that branch, I'm creating a sprint document. Inside that sprint document will contain information that I get from Perplexity that helps me craft a message about the way that the image is planned to be redesigned. That sounds really complicated as I hear myself say it, but I sort of have a system going on here. I'm waiting for Perplexity to finish performing whatever the hell prompt I gave it earlier, which was like just incredibly long. Walk through read the project notes, sprint documents, readme, rules, and code comments. Find every sticky note that says things like due later, not tested, blocked, or next step. Make a checklist, write down every unfinished thing, say where it was found, why it matters, and what would prove it is finished. Fix the small unfinished things. If something can be fixed and tested now, Claude should make a small focus change. It should not sneak in unrelated features or redesign the app while doing the cleanup. Run the existing tests, check builds, launch iPhone and Android versions when needed, actually look at the visual behavior when the docs say something is supposed to look correct. Be honest about things it cannot test. If it needs a real Android phone, special emulator image, Supabase credentials or access it does not have, it must not pretend the work is done. Instead, wait. Be honest about the things it cannot test. If it needs Supabase credentials and it doesn't have it, it must not pretend the work is done. That's a very ambiguous action. What does not pretend the work is done mean that the model is going to then do? Is it going to try to hook up some kind of Supabase credential that doesn't exist right now? Is it going to create something? I don't know. What solution is it going to find? Is it just going to let me know? Write a final report card. I think this might suggest that is the case. Everything is ready. Now we can choose new features in UI designs. Or not ready yet because these specific things need this solution. Okay. RAM code. Yes, I use Claude Design all the time. It's good. Did you try Claude Design tool inside Claude Code? You know what? I'm going to pull it up right now. Let me just go to another song here. And by the way, these are all songs that I created using 11 Labs. I recently got that subscription and have found that creating music on 11 Labs allows me to play non-copyrighted songs. So my YouTube videos don't get striked. So I will always appreciate it if anyone wants to make a comment on whether a certain track sounds good or does not sound good. You have loan to repay, right? Yep, I got your message on Discord. People said 11 Labs was made open sourced. Was it? Is 11 Labs open source? 11 Labs is a proprietary closed-source cloud platform, but there are powerful open-source text-to-speech and voice cloning alternatives. Interesting. All right, so let's pull up Claude. It's not even loading. I use OpenCode when Claude code runs out of limits. I am thinking of installing Ponytail and Headroom. Yeah, I was thinking about installing Ponytail as well. Make sure you have them. I'm thinking of... Okay. Yeah, that's definitely... Someone mentioned that the other day, actually, about Ponytail. Ram asks Finlay, what's your advice on making a design system? Should I Claude Code plus Stitch or Claude Code Design? Yeah, I got you. So the question is, what is your advice on making a design system? Should I use... What is your advice on making a design system? Well, I'm going to rephrase it. What is your advice on designing a UI UX system? Should I use Claude Code plus Stitch or Claude Code plus Claude Design Tool? Okay, specifically for an Android application. For an Android app with your AI-assisted workflow, I'd lean towards Claude Code plus Claude Design with Stitch as an optional ideation step, but the honest answer depends on where your bottleneck is. Claude Code is built around the design-to-code handoff problem. It outputs live HTML, CSS, React components, can read your code base to stay on brand, and packages designs directly for engineering through Claude Code. The whole workflow assumes a developer's editor is the final destination. Google Stitch instead generates up to 5 connected screens from a single prompt and exports natively to Figma, making it better for multi-screen consistency. Practical recommendation: given your iterative CLI, oh wait, that's as it relates to me. Please mention Flutter native Android app, not HTML. Okay. Flutter native Android app, not HTMLs. React, JS. Alright, since you're building Flutter, not Compose, not React, the calculus shifts a bit. And here's the key insight: neither Claude Design nor Stitch outputs Flutter code. So both pipelines end with Claude Code translating design output into Dart widgets anyway. That changes my recommendation. The Flutter specific reality: both tools export web-oriented artifacts. For Flutter, the handoff is really just a visual spec reference that Claude Code can reinterpret as widget trees. Material 3 theme data and Flutter layout primitives. So the deciding factor isn't about output format, it's how good the design reference and context sharing are. Recommendation: Claude Code plus Claude Design. Design a system as code, tighter loops, Flutter conventions in your prompts. So it's still suggesting to use Claude Code plus Claude Design. Finlay says use GPT specifically if you can to make images of the UI designs, then Claude Design to implement and iterate, and Claude Code for codecs, or codecs for functionality. How do I skip AI slop design screens in Claude Design? The current screens are sent. Okay, I'll check. I don't see any messages from you in Discord though. Are you RTX? Did you send them as a direct message, or did you send them in the verified chat, or which chat? Why are you using Perplexity? Why not fully agent code? What's up, Quote? Welcome back. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I just use Perplexity because I've been using it since like 2024, and I work on a lot of my projects in Perplexity. I do a lot of organizing what I'm working on in Perplexity. I like that it allows me to connect to GitHub. It's able to perform a review of any of the changes that were made in GitHub most recently, which I find valuable when I first start working on my project again. I ask Perplexity to take a look, see what we worked on last time, and to provide me with a report on what was changed and what potential new directions could be, or if we already determined when we finished our work session last time to work on a specific kind of feature. So I don't know, I just like using Perplexity. There's probably a lot of better workflows that are out there. I definitely consider my workflow to be under optimized. I could probably be using other tools that offer me better results, but that's why hopefully I'll be able to kind of pick some lessons and insight up from you guys on how I could, change little by little, into a more optimized workflow, because I know that mine is under optimized. There's so many other things that I could be using, but I'm just trying to keep it as simple as I can for the time being. Claude is new to me. Using the CLI is new. With regards to the Claude agent, I found it very powerful. I really enjoy using Claude CLI to basically just take the steering wheel in the directory locally, and I've found that to be a really pleasant experience. I work with Perplexity to help me work through my thoughts on how I want to prompt the CLI, and because it has access to my GitHub repository, it can perform a pretty thorough scan of the repository in GitHub. I keep everything locally pretty much synced up to GitHub. As soon as I'm done working on some kind of feature, I really will make sure to, or even if I don't finish and I'm still working on it and I did pick it up later, I'll still push whatever I have to the repository so that next time Perplexity can just see everything as I left off. GPT Plus is cheap, $20 a month. Gets lots of usage. Yeah, I know GPT. I mean, I know there's lots of good things about these, different models that exist, like ChatGPT, for sure, OpenAI, Claude Code. Like I said, I recently just got onto Claude Code, so that's been an eye-opener for me. So I can only imagine what using some of these other tools will allow me to do. But what I have now kind of works not only like with my budget, but just also with how I'm comfortable using AI. But those practices are evolving. So I'm trying to do my best to kind of like work with where I'm at and move towards some kind of optimized. I feel like I just keep saying optimized. I just keep saying that word like it means anything specific. I believe we must work together, like on Discord, a vibe code stream or something, but stream together, I guess. Yeah, it's interesting. The whole like streaming experience and then connecting with other people is definitely like unique and offers value from collaboration. Mail says that kind of sounds like my workflow. I just use Claude Desktop Client. Claude Desktop Client, okay, with file server access, yep, and you use it for the thinking and Claude Code for planning and execution. All right, yeah. Sort of different interfaces, but the same kind of processing of information. I have something maybe you would like or not. You can use all that models at a discount from a Chinese relay station. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with using Chinese relay stations. What has your experience been like exploring those kinds of providers? How long do you expect to take until your app is ready for release? I would say my my hope is to get it released by maybe the end of September. At least in the process of getting it on the App Store. Like I'm already, I guess what that means is have already implemented a scalable user infrastructure and implemented a revenue model as well. And hopefully I'll be able to get all that done by September. Maybe I should be able to do it faster. I mean, but 2 months is essentially like the broad time range that I give myself. Do you have computer access for Perplexity app and access to Anthropic and OpenAI models? If so, I will try it by August. Yeah, in Perplexity, you do have access to a Perplexity computer. I do have access, but it requires credits, and they get expensive, but they're very powerful. Super, super powerful. All you got to do is toggle the computer on over here, and you could ask it to perform deep research, model counsel, which is where it compares model okay, let's see. Model counsel. Compare multiple frontier models and synthesize where they agree or disagree. Plan mode. Create a lightweight plan before starting the task. Create skill. Yeah, Perplexity Computers is really good. But I'm negative 29 credits right now, so I can't use it. And I don't think I want to use it, because if I get stuck using Perplexity Computer, I feel like it's just going to be too expensive for me, really. Can I see the models? Yeah, for sure. Give me a second. Let me pull them back up. I have sent the link for Expo I found out when researching on this. Okay. Yeah, so here in Perplexity Computer, you get access to, you can get Opus 5, but you need Max. 5.6 Sol, you need Max. But with the Pro version, I get access to GPT-5, Terra, Gemini Pro, Claude Sonnet 5, Kimi K3, GLM 5.2, Grok 4.5, and Nematron 3 Ultra. I found Kimi was free on anti-gravity CLI. Oh, that's terrific. That's good news. I'm happy to hear that. Alright, where'd the music go? Let's get that back on. We'll go back to the beginning of the playlist. Not that one. Kimi K3 is free on Token Router APJ. I need GUI to create images like it. Might Google Flow. I had Grok sub but canceled it yesterday. No more Grok. No more Grok. I never had Grok. I was pretty sure my app would be done in a week or two for 2 months. I was pretty sure my app would be done in a week for 2 months. It really depends on how slimmed down your first release is. If you're local only or have cloud sync stuff going on, etc. I see. Yeah, I'm hoping 2 months is like the time frame when I get really, really close to being able to ship it on the App Store. So you guys are saying Claude Code Design is a good tool. Is that the consensus here? I think Claude can get you close from a design standpoint, but you still need to provide a lot of information for refinement, says Nick. Kimi K3 is good for design, says quote. Kimi K3 is good for design. Yeah? Alright, so what are you saying that I should use here? Are you saying I should use mobile app design template? But long coding tasks, complex logic. Alright, we'll use mobile app design as the template. Now for design system, what do we got here? Are we using one of these templates, or what's the deal? What are you guys telling me to do? I hate it, but I'm biased. I used it for editing screenshots as opposed to UI UX. I used it for editing screenshots as opposed to UI UX, and that was super frustrating because it would constantly redraw the entire image. Yeah, that sounds frustrating. I hate when an agent, like, you tell it to, like, remove, like, a very simple thing after it has already given it a couple tries in the context window. Like, you're not in a fresh context window, but you're still working on, like, little modifications, and then all of a sudden it just goes, like, it just takes, like, a completely different path, like logarithmically different. You just all of a sudden see this, like, steep change in the direction, and it's, like, feels incredibly difficult to get back on track. Okay, so set up from scratch. Okay, we'll click set up your design system. All right, add a design system. Design system, teach Claude your brand. How would you like to start? Create here. Connect to Figma or GitHub, or create using Claude Code. Okay, yeah, tell me what to do here. I don't know what to do. Create here with Figma or GitHub. I can upload GitHub, which has some assets in it, or create using Claude Code. Best fidelity if you have React components. I'm pretty sure I have React components here, so no, I'm 100% certain I have React components. I would give it the onboarding images you have for sure, so it gets your styling right. No need for a design system. Okay. Use Stitch. Okay, so you're saying I should use Stitch right now. So if I go to Stitch, coding, Stitch with Google. Create here. All right, so we're gonna do create here. Link code from your computer. Okay. Company name and blurb. Well, this is PRism, and I just need like a little catchy statement about PRism. So there's a README. I'll go to the README. See your training from every angle. There we go. Company name and blurb, or name of design system. Okay. Now we'll go ahead and add in the repository. my phone died. We are comparing Claude Code plus Claude Design Tool plus Claude Code plus Stitch. Okay, I have to go get my charger, so I'll be right back. Took me a minute to get my stuff. Alright, let's see. Right, we're talking about using Stitch. I just got Cloud Code Design or Cloud Design up. We're comparing, yep, hey, I sent my screenshots made by Claude. Alright, let me check it out. Let me check that out, give me a second. I'll pull them up on the stream as well. Okay. Alright, so you've got the launch screen, and app opens the... So my question is, did the model gave you this image of all of these images stitched together? So you have the launch screen, home canvas, today's mood node, new thought, timeline. I mean, I like how there is the organization. Since it was inclined to mental well-being, it took soft colors and suggested the same. Okay. And this was on like your first go? Did it make this after one prompt, or did it like continue prompting you and you continued iterating? I'd watch out for listening to it on too much on colors. The biggest problem with these AIs is taking a small thing and making it massive thing. So an unimportant factor becomes the most important. I use loop engineering trick to make it iterate variations, error rectification, refactification, yeah, okay. What is that word, refactification? And as much I remember, I had given prompts twice. Rectification. Okay, so that prompt ran for an hour and a half. Yeah, I figured it out. You're good. That output says Claude completed the cleanup and readiness mission successfully. It audited the repository, fixed real remaining issues, documented any limitations, got CI green, and merged the final report. Claude tested the themed icon behavior again on a more realistic Play Store enabled pixel emulator. The old chores are either done, honestly documented, or blocked by something outside the repository. We can now decide on what to build next without worrying that an earlier sprint was left half finished. Okay, so this is where we actually design the UI. So I understand you guys have proposed like a workflow for UI design, UX design, but I've already sort of initiated a process for me that has not yet been completed, and therefore I don't know how successful or good of a method it is, but I'm kind of going to try to walk myself through that right now. Mail says, I don't know how you're not out of tokens with Claude running the emulator. That shit eats tokens. You got a good point. I would really like to get to a position where I'm using AI to write scripts that are automated by some other service. What I wanted to do was I wanted to check. Yeah, here we go. Never mind. I had a web browser for Claude. I don't know where it went. Claude AI. Let's get that music back. Concrete. Okay. Settings. Usage. Alright, we're at 36% usage for this session. So that 90-minute prompt took about 36% of my current session limit. Don't you think it's bad? I believe so. It's fine if it is. Alright, yeah, so let me provide you my opinion. Like, just my stream of consciousness opinion on that. Give me a sec, let me pull it back up here. Alright. So, let's look. This launch screen, I'm confused what that is. It's like a screen that pops up as soon as the user taps on the app, and this little jumping character has emotions and expressions around it. It's a little bit odd that there's a white background, so I'm wondering if there's going to be some kind of animation that you have while the application is booting up, because that's called the what? That's called the launch screen. App opens on the Aura companion splash. So that white background, I don't know if that's static or like if there's any animations. Just kind of confused on like the launch screen itself and how it would be part of the user experience, even if it's just for a moment as the app boots up. Avoid the splash screens, please. Yeah, that was the exact idea. Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, so you've got this home view. What's that view? It's home canvas, today's mood node, quick add bar. Okay, so you got this little guy. Is he bouncing around maybe? Is he kind of like, you know, bumping up against the edges, the border? That'd be kind of cool. He's you know, a happy node. It looks like 7 days of reflection. Okay. Those are static text. Deep forest, 7 day reflection. Deep forest, is that sort of like a mood? curious like what those titles represent, and if there's any different variations that you have, like deep forest, shallow creek, cloudy sky. Like what's that all about up there? Deep in thought. I mean, I do appreciate that it's simple. The first thing that you do is probably tap in that text entry area or on the voice toggle. And so that seems pretty simple. Pretty simple. Simple's good. All right. Orographed. How does this screen pop up? What prompts this screen for the user? What action do they have to take that gets them to this orograph? Okay, it must have said my orograph. Let me go through it a little faster. Okay, so we've got home screen, orograph, history. Nothing to look back on yet. Every thought you log will show up here. The newest will appear first. Calendar. Insights. Nothing to reflect on yet. Log a few thoughts and your patterns will show up here. Privacy. Everything will stay on the device. Entries are encrypted. That's good. Security. Hooray. Browse journal. Daily reminder. Erase journal. And then nothing here yet. Add a thought and it lands on the canvas. Drag it around and connect it to the ones it belongs with. Okay, so that's kind of a little bit more of like a creative feature. I'm not really one for like reviewing or rating UIs. Like I'm not really familiar with how I should communicate like valuable responses or feedback. But I'm inclined to not suggest that this is a bad version. I mean, the color scheme looks like it appeals to that whole like therapeutic, self-care kind of soft colors. I understand that launch thing is no longer a factor, so just kind of scratching that idea for now. Let me see if there's anything. So you said, oh no, she is just idle with breathing micro animation. Okay. Give me 10 minutes. I would send the app directly for user feedback, but I stepping back because of UI. Okay, that's understandable. Maybe you could get the AI to create mock data for, like, let's say a user has been using this app for the last 8 weeks. You could give like a prompt that says, we're going to run tests. I want you to create data that simulates a user who has been using this app for the last 8 weeks. So for the last 8 weeks, pretend to be a user, or create data that reflects a user who's been using this application for 8 weeks. Yeah, I'm not a fan of soft colors. Like, I'm usually dark mode or anything that's not super bright, or olive. This is sort of like an olive oil kind of color. Like, it reminds me of like avocados and like olives and stuff. But it is friendly. It does kind of have that friendly vibe. I like soft blue. If there's any soft color I like, it'd be soft blue. But I'm not sure what kind of genre would fit this application design system. Bright contrasting colors, clay theme, or something else. Well, I guess you could like propose a cosmetic, like propose different kind of cosmetic templates that you would then make a decision on once you approve of that. Visually approve that the cosmetic design is appealing, and like provide a couple different examples of different cosmetic designs and color palettes and things like that. Or I have one single screen for reference, but I didn't follow the color theory for primary, secondary colors. So what's your plan? What are you gonna do? What's your like thought process as like, all right, here's the next set of actions that I'm gonna take. I have sent you that single screen. It was made by Stitch. Okay. I'm wondering, do you already have the functionality of this application? Like, these are more than just images. They're functional UI, UX modules that you've already created. Okay, I'm looking at that image that you just sent me. Okay, so you've got an image here. This is basically that same view, except you've provided a prompt for it to be different. That's definitely different. And I see, like, you've got today, you've got the different days that are connected. Okay. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, like Monday was a day full of love, and then today is sort of like we're evaluating it. Yesterday, Tuesday. Well, I guess these days, like, I don't really understand these days. Like, you have today, it's connected to Tuesday, which is connected to yesterday. Well, today is today. Yesterday should be somehow connected directly to today, because it is -1. If today is n, then yesterday is n minus 1. But it's in between Tuesday and Monday, so I'm like, I'm just looking for the logic in those connections for those nodes. I like the whole node idea, though. The node idea is, I like it. It's playful and techie. In place of deep forest, it's orograph. Okay, orograph. Got it. Stitch made it. I just gave the markdown file of the app explanation, not the design system. The design system was purely from Stitch. I gotcha. Okay. Okay, so after a 90-minute prompt, or 90-minute task, the output says all that. A good first question is, which user outcome should PRism improve first? Logging a workout faster, seeing progress more clearly, or making... I would like to focus on... I would like to focus on this. It made the branch? Perplexity made the branch? I didn't think it did. Android themed brand app icon. Okay. It says it all. Connected and humans tend to remember only yesterday, today, tomorrow. It was design psychology thing I came up with. It says it is all connected and humans tend to remember only yesterday. Oh, I see. It is all connected. It is all connected. All right, let me check it out. I'll take a look at it. I'm using Opus 5 right now in the CLI. Opus 5. Are these 3 reference images from PRism's own original designs, or screenshot export from another app used from another app? Where are the 3 reference images? Yeah, alright. Yeah, thanks, Nick. Using Opus 5 till I run out of credits, or until I decide I need to go to bed, which I need to start doing more often. I need to tell myself it's time to go to bed. We can work on this later. RAM, I'm checking that out. Yeah, just give me a minute on the link. What is this weed transfer? So I have to create a WeTransfer account in order to view the file. Is that what that is? Okay, so it's not an additional account or the WeTransfer. I don't have to actually create an account for to download the file. I couldn't send him the API back in Discord. I had to upload it to WeTransfer, then send him the link. Nick says, I hate it too, which is why I was asking. What is your project? What's up, Clark? Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, Ram, I am in the process of just like performing some like initial scans and stuff, just because like I haven't really downloaded any files from anybody that people send me, just for I think some like pretty obvious reasons, but I'm just trying to run the file that you sent me through some scans and stuff that gives me confidence. So yeah, Clark, thanks for stopping by, man. I am working on a fitness application. It is a clone of an existing application that already has a proven model of success. And that model of success refers to user scalable and revenue model. So I chose an app, and now I'm cloning it. And I want to get it on the App Store. That's sort of like the essence of this project. My go-to in these types of scenarios is just nope, but I'm entertained. Just tap on install anyway because you don't have AAB file and keys. AAB, Android App Bundle, is the official publishing format for Android applications introduced by Google. It has completely replaced the traditional APK as a standard upload format for the Google Play Store. Yeah, Nick, that's typically a good rule of thumb. All right. So now we're going to sorry guys, just to put you all through this. No, you're good, man. I appreciate you stopping by and sharing with us what you're working on. What you think about new DeepSeek 4 v4 Flash? I haven't really had a chance to think about it at all. I just realized that it was even released. Yeah, it's pretty interesting, DeepSeek. What I've gathered recently is that it's certainly not an Opus 5 or Opus 5 or a Kimi K3. But that's just my initial gut instinct. I don't think it's superior in terms of reasoning and intelligence. I think that it might have a lot that it's improved on its previous model, but I haven't spent any time looking up what's changed. Data Sherpa, how's it going? Thanks for stopping by. Good morning to you. Rem says it's good for functionality, pretty fast, but worked on loop coding to keep checking if all errors were really solved. That's what we need good AI models to do, is just keep checking and don't stop until it's good. Alright, so there's a service that I'm trying to access. VirusTotal.com. Yes, it looks like it passed. Alright, let me show you what I did. Alright, so I put your Orograph APK attachment that you sent me, and I put it in virustotal.com. Just being safe. You never know. I generally think everybody here has good intentions. But there's always that gut instinct that I think you just have to follow when it comes to security. Clark, I'm in the US. I live in Florida. What about you? You're waking up somewhere. It's 2 in the morning where I'm at. Yeah. 0 out of 68. No security vendors flagged as this file as malicious. So, alright. Yes, it passed the security check. It says there is no application set to open the document Orograph. Since it's all local and private encrypted, it was good. I'm really curious how it would react to online versions. Chooch McGee, how's it going? Thanks for stopping by. Says that Quen 3.8 is cooking right now. Could you let me know the website you just used? Yeah, it's called virustotal.com. Oh, it's iOS. You gotta catch me up to speed. Yeah, I'm on it. Well, see, the thing is I'm on a Mac. And I'm not really too familiar with running Android on Mac. I'm just beginning to learn how all this works, but right now I don't know. I can try to figure it out, but do you have any emulator inside Android emulator or something? To be honest, I don't know. I had the AI agent basically set up the emulator. I never had to configure anything, set up or download anything manually. Well, I don't think you are one, nor do I see how you see it. So you're good. Yeah. I don't think I have Android Studio. If you have Android Studio, you would have emulator. Do I even have Android Studio? Kabuki, starting to see why they say Neuralink style brain chips will be needed. We need the bandwidth with how fast this is moving. Everything's moving fast. cat is out of the bag. Yes, they are. They're so out of the bag that they started a podcast. Have you seen the podcast of the cats? There's somebody who's making podcasts. It's like called the Cat Podcast. I've only watched one episode. Not the full episode, but look at this guy. Why do humans work? Cats have rules humans must follow. The Cat Podcast. It's pretty funny. Yeah. It's pretty sloppy, that's for sure. You can tell it's an AI, obviously AI generated, but people are just there. They're there for it. Okay, I need the file path for those images. The file path for the images that I want to create for the UI. Enjoy the YouTube link I provided as well above in the chat. This is a link from Aesop Rock for a song called Mindful Solutions. My sound is low? Sorry about that. What's going on, Tom? Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate the link, Nick. I don't see it actually. Provided it as well above. Oh, you provided it above. Okay. Is the music low? Is that what you're saying? The music is low? This is the worst AI will ever be right now. Embrace the slop. I like this song. Nice to meet you as well. Thanks. What am I working on? Oh, what are you working with? Your setup. Okay, so I have Perplexity over here on the left side. I use that as sort of like my friend that I'm working on this project with. I'm like, hey, review the GitHub repo. Let's think about some ideas. I'm going to do some image generation. I have access to several different models in Perplexity, including Kimi K3, GPT 5.6, Gemini, Claude Sonnet. So I like to outsource some of my workload to the Perplexity Comet browser session that I have. I have a Claude CLI over here on the right-hand side, which is performing the tasks that are included in the prompts that I generate with Perplexity. Agentic loop, Sam D, I know, I appreciate that. I would definitely like to get towards looping. It's better I just put everything on max. Yeah, I'm using the pro membership. I'd like to get max and all that stuff, but I just can't afford it. Yeah, I appreciate that. My workflow is kind of slow right now. I realize that I could be optimizing for speed and performance, but I don't know. That's just not really the way that I think about doing this right now. I understand that, you know, increasing speed is ideal, but I'm just trying to not sacrifice jumping ahead too quickly and crashing or burning out by trying to go too fast. Because I have been learning every day that I show up and work on something, there's something new that I pick up. And I think just like the practice of showing up every day and working on this has expanded my understanding of what I don't know. Like, I realize that there's a lot that I don't know, but there's always going to be what I don't even know that I don't know. Kimi has been the best sub I've purchased. You bought it this year. That's sweet. Yeah, I like using it. I use it on Perplexity. Looping is a waste of money. I could understand that and subscribe to that, even though I haven't wasted any of my money looping. I get it. Quen 6 is $6. It's my favorite. I'm tight on budget. Loops can run local also. That's pretty cool. I didn't realize Quen is 6. That's why I love local. Testing for fun is free. Yeah, that sounds good. You'll have to put me on some of your methods there if you're willing to. Well, there are only so many programming languages. Is that like a joke? Because there's like so many programming languages out there. Just trying recipes, seeing what's what, for sure. Nick says, in many cases, I don't need to utilize a max effort. That is for both Anthropic and OpenAI models available. Typically, I find the medium-high are completely sufficient. I've never even tried using the max effort model. The max was my sound, meaning I couldn't hear it. Oh, you're talking about max volume? Why did you take a GUI sub for Kimi when it's free in anti-gravity CLI? Yeah, I haven't verified that it's free in the CLI of anti-gravity, but I'll take your word for it, and if it is, then that's pretty cool. I just don't know how I would feel about having to open up a completely different like IDE to work on the project, only to use a certain model. It doesn't seem like it would be too difficult to do that, but Hermes, just hook it up to your Claude subscription, let them talk, it will know and help. I need to get in explore a little bit with Hermes. Tom says and clarifies, meaning the programming languages are more important than AI. Ah, okay, I see. If you're building something out, you need to pick the correct programming languages. That's a good point. You could imagine if you were to ask Claude to write you a full stack cross-platform web application in the programming language of C, like regular C. I wonder what would happen if it would even try. Well, it's gonna try, but what if you said it can only be C, nothing else? Cooch McGee says it's so easy now, can't live without Hermes OpenClaw now. Not possible to go back. It's so interesting to hear all of you guys working with different tool sets, because I feel like my exposure to the tools has been so limited. Just getting Claude recently has completely transformed what I feel like is possible for me. So I could only imagine once I start getting a hold of the other tools that are out there. Alright, so these are my 3 images that I basically want to be able to create the UI redesign for. This is the onboarding screen. So it shows users that they can log information about their sessions. They can receive a readiness report that gives them insight into the parts of their health program that needs some work, and then it also gives a progress. This is onboarding, right? So none of this actually works in onboarding. You're not seeing it as a user working in onboarding, but it just kind of gives you an idea of what is available in the application. Do these look kind of sloppy to you guys, like AI slop like? I mean, they look like an app AI would generate, or an image that AI would generate. I feel like everything looks like AI generated it. Cooch says, I had that same queue. I think it's different for everyone. Different for me. I want to test every model, research brainstorming. It's just fine-tune my focus, I guess. Yeah, I'd like to do that as well. Spend time testing the models, researching them, experimenting with them. For the process image, you should remove that text at the top that seems more like a development annotation than what you want in the application. Remove the text at the top that seems more like a development annotation. Yeah, that's a good point. Avoid gradients. Okay. So rather than using these images specifically, just interpret the design and provide a prompt that sufficiently creates a similar UI. More design notes. No gradients, like at all. I think my whole app has gradients in it. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie about that. I think every single. Let me double check that for a second. Onboard, existing. No, those aren't really gradient. I mean, there's some gradient in it, but it's really small. Like right here, there's that gradient from purple to blue. Rather than using these images specifically, just use them as, just interpret the design and provide a prompt that sufficiently creates a similar UI. More design notes include avoiding gradient, AI sloppiness, as well as the, yeah, that's all right. Respect, you could understand the logic. Worst I could do was understand Flutter file architecture. I'm trying to follow on what's going on in the chat, but I don't know. It's taken a whole new course of conversation, which is about Ram's inquiry. He's trying to build okay, so he's asking questions about the application that he was showing me earlier, or he's showing us. Yeah, AI definitely does gravitate towards that neon kind of feel. Alright, so we have sent Perplexity on a 265 line prompt. A nice lean prompt for Claude CLI. Alright, so I am using Claude Design to generate some images or UI design. So we'll see how that turns out. Let's see what Grok Heavy can do. I'd love to see what it could do. What models are available in Claude? We've got Sonnet, Fable, Opus, Haiku, and that's it. grok heavy is the way I make things, then throw it in Opus 5. Yeah, I haven't really messed with the different modes. Yeah, the most that I've done with regards to kind of switching those configuration settings around has been using different models that are lower consumption in nature, like Sonnet 5 versus Opus 5. I've really just switched back and forth between those, and I'll actually ask Perplexity to give me a suggestion whenever I receive a prompt from Perplexity. I ask, could you tell me which of the models this would best be allocated for? So before I really understand how to make these decisions on my own, I guess I just ask Perplexity to help me, make the decision based on its recommendation, and then I kind of understand more over time as to why it did make that decision. Yeah, GLM, I have access to it, I've just never really used it. Near free coder, no vision, but just have it use another model's vision. What coding languages are you using for this application? Let me pull up my tech stack. I'm using Expo, React Native, TypeScript, Expo Router, and Supabase. Once again, that was Expo, React Native, TypeScript, Expo Router, and Supabase. This looks like it's going to be a pretty lengthy working session for Opus. Hopefully it gets through this, like, not in 90 minutes like the last one. I don't know why it sounds familiar, but I don't know anything about it. I couldn't tell you anything. Let's look that up. What is 9router? router is a free open source local proxy and smart AI gateway designed to connect developer tools and coding agents to over 60 AI providers and hundreds of models. Do you use this? Are you a 9router consumer? Strava is primarily written in Ruby, Scala, Python, and Go for its backend, alongside Swift, Kotlin, and JavaScript for its client-facing apps. Man, you really know what you're talking about, because I've just heard of these languages. I've barely programmed. I mean, Python, I've programmed in Python. Swift, I've done Swift, and JavaScript. Everything else has just been anything that I can generate with AI. You want to use what Strava uses. Okay. What is Strava? A popular fitness tracking and social networking app. Interesting. I wish I wasn't already like 5 or 6 days into what I've been building. It was a general question. I am an anti-gravity open code user looking to switch to Hermes agent. Decisions. Do I switch my workflow for another workflow right now, or do I do it later? Do I start using this whole new tech stack that was just proposed by TomTom right now, or do I consider it for another application? Do I consider what TomTom's suggestion really means, which is understanding the different tech stacks that are available for the apps that achieve the most success in the space? Just tell it what to use what Strava uses. Yeah, but TomTom, I'm like a little bit afraid of doing that right now, because like I feel like I'm so far into what I've done already that if I had to like just restart, like I don't know, it feels like restarting, but maybe I just sort of take the lesson, take the L for now, and when I start working on whatever the next app is going to be, then I consider things like that, like looking for a similar application in the same space that has a more robust back-end, front-end tech stack. I don't know if I kind of need to be convinced that it makes sense to re-stack the stack. My 5-hour window is on 98%, taking a break and switching to open models from OpenCode, DeepSeek, and Kimi 3 from it. Man, that's called redundancy, you guys, is when you can max out your model and then go to another model and just use it as effectively as you were. Maybe not as effectively, but you can continue to produce. GPT got a free reset. Save the guts. Okay, Cooch says save the guts. Quote says let's go. Tom says Ruby on Rails. This forms the core of Strava's legacy monolithic codebase. You gotta go after Strava in my fitness. Watch someday live Hermes streamers. Watch someday live Hermes streamers. Okay. Freeway for Kimi 3 if possible. Capverse, what's going on? Hi, if AI writes the code and you solve the problem, who deserves the credit? Alright, let's get that conversation going. I was correcting my UI UX. I had to switch to Opus and Sonnet, both to high. Who deserves the credit? I remember asking this question several years ago, and I was pleased to find out that the code that the AI writes is not owned by the agent or the company. So I'm curious about what people's thoughts are with regards to that same question. The ideal programming languages for building fitness applications vary by platform, but JavaScript, TypeScript, Dart form the core tech stack. Okay, this is really helpful information. I gotta make my live chats, make sure they're turned on so I can come back and look at some of these messages later. Customize, manage videos, customize. Gonna make sure that live chat replay is turned on, or else I won't be able to see what you guys said later. Okay, it's turned on. All right. Dart, let's look into fart. Okay, looking into Dart. Interesting programming path here. Interesting, the programming path here. Kubuki says it's all disposable at this point. The tech is going to change so fast, apps and such will need to be updated 24/7 soon. Let's see what Claude Design made for me. Where did it go? What is this? This is pretty comprehensive. I was not expecting this, you guys. What the hell is this? I mean, I'm happy with it, but I just don't know why yet. You still remember? Imagine what your app will look like in a year. Yeah, if I'm still working on it. Oh, but as it relates to what you're saying. Thanks, I got a different perspective. I usually ask knowledgeable people these kinds of questions because I enjoy hearing unique perspectives and expanding my own way of thinking. That's terrific. Love to hear stuff like that. That looks like AI slop. Colors, palette. That's his design system wrapped in a markdown file. Yeah, okay. This is a big problem I need to make really clear. Claude is used by everyone, so if you vibe with Claude, anyone can copy you. Facts. I wonder how much of an impact it is for you on your privacy or just your material. Isn't there like a toggle that disables Claude from using your data for training? And how much does that really matter when you make those adjustments? Say you use Claude and start making money. I can just say to Claude, make me that but better, and it will. Well, yeah, that's, I suppose, makes sense when you think about it, like from a sort of mechanical process. You know, you have an existing project with information, and you can just ask Claude to replicate that information because it has access to the entire project and all the information within it, so it should just replicate it. If that were the, like, I don't know, why isn't Claude just creating my application for me? What did I do wrong at the very beginning of this experiment that has caused me to take as much time as it's taken in trying to replicate and clone something exactly that already exists? Like, does it, just because it's not in Claude's database from using my data as training information, I don't know. How do you get it to just copy something based on code that it's already seen before? I feel like it's a living, breathing system that as it's built, like when you prompt, or like when I prompt Claude to write an application for me, and I were to have it loop all the way to like the point where it could be shipped and it's live and it's earning revenue and it can generate revenue and it can scale a user base, whatever it created is just an assumption of what it thinks that I wanted. Because at a certain point, like once it's created, I'm going to look at it and I'm going to say, well, it's kind of what I was thinking. Unless it knows exactly like all the thoughts that I have about it. And even if I have like a defined view of what it looks like right now, it's going to change, or I anticipate that it will change and evolve. So I have no idea what I'm talking about. But I appreciate the concern that you're expressing. That's the thing, everyone is just doing that. Claude hopping people. Yeah, I guess so. I decided to do this experiment myself. I've never done it, so your AI will just make it for you before you know you need it eventually. It's not Claude, it's a programming language. Software as a business is doomed. Yeah, these are all like interesting, strong points of view, and at the end of the day, I have no idea. Like, I don't have many firm conclusions about anything because I'm still learning. Like, at the very bottom, like, I've never shipped a live application before. I've never worked with anything that's really in production before. I've basically wrote code for my school homework assignments. You have to be real. A computer machine LLM is not going to think for you. You need to be clear with programming languages or you're going to fail. Catverse said earlier, anyone can copy your prompts. They can't fully copy your mind. Your uniqueness comes from what you do with the AI, not from the fact that you use it. Kabuki says, 5 years, we have no idea what it will need. Once quantum computers become practically available, I will have a much, if they become practically available, if or once, I think that will really allow for a level of intelligence that is just beyond comprehension. Because it seems incomprehensible that a machine can think the way that we think as a human being. We're bits and bytes, classical 0-1, binary information. Our mind is, pretty complex. You don't need to know how to code, you need to put things in that make it hard to duplicate. I'm not super worried about anybody copying what I'm doing here. Like, it's not that important to me to actually have a successfully shipped application that scales a user base and generates revenue right away. Like, I would love for that. But I don't think that's gonna happen on my first app that I write. I can build out 1,000 fitness apps and ship them. Yeah, but TomTom, what determines like the success of those apps? Are you saying it's the programming language? Well, I'm just, like referring to like what some of your previous comments were about, like emphasizing the programming language. Because I definitely can agree that the technology to build 1,000 fitness apps is absolutely viable for people who know how to do that. But what makes one of those fitness apps or all of those fitness apps actually successful? It's gambling. May hit the app lottery. I will pay to promote them. Bribery. Pay Apple. You will pay to promote them. So okay, you will pay to have the app promoted. Ah, I see. So why wouldn't you want to? Are you doing that now? Are you? Is that something that you're currently doing? Have you been doing that, Tom? You'll be doing it soon, or you're saying the app markets will be flooded soon? I feel like they already are. Tom, what kind of apps are you making? And now we have AI influencers you can pay. That's funny. Yeah. If AI writes better code than humans, should developers be judged by the code or by the decision behind it? My point is, why do you think a hand-tailored app that you made will stand out with no money behind it? I'm making it all. I just make a game I can play on the plane trip. Stuff like that is the future for sure, for young people. My point is, why do you think a hand-tailored app that you made will just stand out with no money behind it? Well, if that's a question for me, I don't think that an application that was just hand-tailored and customized will stand out automatically with no money behind it. I definitely don't believe that is true. Definitely have to have money behind it. Some drive-in movie theater chains must have had this conversation years ago. They became a niche. Yeah, you know, if anything, I'm building a YouTube channel, building a YouTube whatever, documenting my journey, learning about stuff, and meet other people along the way who are interested in the same thing, and see where that takes me as well. So Claude Design just made this markdown file for me that creates a design system markdown file. What do I even do with this? Like, how should I interact with this in order to design the UI? Tom, I know that. Sam, I appreciate it, man. Thanks. Absolutely. I'm just confused, like, what I should be doing with this design system markdown file that was created in Claude Design. I only use Claude Design because some of you guys were saying earlier that you're asking whether Claude Design is good or Stitch is good. I haven't used Stitch, so I decided to use Claude Design. Convo's never even said ever with AI stuff. You know what AI can't replicate quite yet are live streams. That's what this guy said. I didn't come up with that. But at least for now, you know, cats that are being generated using AI for podcasts. I don't know. Like, it's getting there, but building a community of people that you can connect with, I think, is not within the realm of what AI can do right now. Maybe it can come like pretty close. It probably can do it actually. But I don't know about actually live streaming. I don't know if an AI can actually create a live stream regularly. The more I say this out loud, the more I start to doubt whether or not that's actually possible. I feel like it is probably actually possible. The technology, I believe, is there. I just don't know of any. Imagine one of like the most popular streamers out there right now is actually completely AI, and they're not even real people. They're just a personality that you thought was real and has been developed over years, and content was created in such a way by the artificial intelligence that it seems real. I mean, that must be the future. Tom says, I got over 100 apps so far. What's up, official? AIP, thanks for stopping by. My job is super secretive with AI, but they're using it in the shadows. They're sneaking around with that stuff. That's a great idea. I love that. Vibe, we are strong, 100,000 of us and growing. That's terrific. Yeah, I still haven't gotten any suggestions about what the hell I should do with Claude Design, so I'm just gonna leave it there until I feel like I know what to do with it. I gotta restart the music because my headphones died. So it's early, so early. Yeah, in the morning it's 3 in the morning here. Most people have no idea what's on the way. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's on the way. I admit. I'm just kind of like chilling in the ocean, and then all of a sudden a huge wave comes, and I'm like, oh shit, am I ready to ride this fucking wave right now? Probably not, but let's try. Let's be honest, Claude and GPT don't care about us. They want us for the IPO money. We need money. We need money so that we can build our own systems. We can, just like, you know, relying on the utility companies for producing electricity and generating water and all that stuff. You know, think of the people who go and they live off the land and they grow their own food. They fetch their own water. They have a well or whatever, and they don't rely on the sort of the economic machine that many people are just subjected to in modern day society. And so now it's almost the same kind of reality is occurring with regards to AI. You know, in order to, like, how do you get to a point where you can utilize these AI services locally? Like, you're able to fetch water locally. Because everyone should have access to intelligence. Intelligence shouldn't be something that is only reserved for the select few. Like food and water. Food and water, they're information for the body. Everyone should be allowed to have food and water. Well, these AI models, these are also information systems, and I think everybody should be allowed to have access to them. And so, what does society look like when an individual is able to branch off on their own, just like how somebody who wants to start living more in nature is able to just kind of, you know, move out of society, not assuming that that's an easy thing to do, but just like find a nice lake somewhere with some property and build a house and live off the land and stuff. Have your own electricity, have your own water system, not have to pay the government just to live. Human YouTubers are cheap labor than AI YouTube. Too many tokens to keep it going. Many maybe local AI, but still upfront costs on that AI. We'll research it. Yeah. Dystopia. Last question. If AI becomes more intelligent than every human, but humans create AI, who is ultimately more intelligent, the creator or the creation? That's a good one, Catverse. Good job. Let's say that the humans every day, all day. There's this guy named Richard Fagin. I like what he says. Like what he says about stuff. He is the inventor of the CPU. Ricardo Fagin. Oh no, Federico Fagin. Alright. What would Federico Fagin respond to this question? Alright, and the question is from Catburst. Okay. I don't see LLM as very smart. LLM is insane. It does actually know anything. There is no AI, it's just marketing. Okay, Federico Fagin would argue that the human creator is fundamentally more intelligent. While an AI might process data faster than a person, it only manipulates symbols via algorithms. It lacks true consciousness, feelings, and the ability to understand meaning, which belong exclusively to conscious human creators. I like that response. That's what I felt like I wanted to say, I just didn't know how to say it. I made some hot chocolate, so I'm gonna go get my hot chocolate. I'll be right back. Tom agrees with that. Those are some good numbers. I appreciate you providing those. That kind of market research is essential for really having the intention to build an application that scales. And by scaling, I mean like a user base and revenue. That of which I have never done before. So right now, I'm only focused on, like, the main purpose of this, what I'm considering to be an experiment, is to just build an application, get it on the App Store, boom, end of experiment. That's really all this is supposed to be doing right now, because I've never actually launched an application. Maybe this one ends up getting a user base and a couple paying subscribers, or at least one. I'd be satisfied with that, but I'm not expecting that to happen. I have hopes that that happens, but right now, I'm just trying to complete the experiment. Yeah, no worries, no annoying responses or questions. I haven't gotten any that have annoyed me. Consulting and build apps for the company. Okay, first thing that strikes me is reviews is equivalent to need to pay people to review. Reviews is equal to need to pay people to review. But yeah, but hopefully that's sort of like a force multiplier. Like when you... There are force multipliers out there, like UGC content creators, and having them create videos for your application. Which would be my intent for marketing once I get to a point where I feel confident that I want to pursue investing in marketing for a certain application. Q, why is macro factor and homework out on top here of the iPad app? No hope, money, and pay people. Okay, I have to think about what you mean there. I'm not sure. Pay for 100,000 in reviews. Why is macro factor and homework out on the top here of the iPad app? What iPad app? Oh, okay. You're looking up iPad apps for the iPad, and you're saying macro factor and homework are the top apps for iPads. Okay, now I understand what you're saying. Around 2% of U.S. households, roughly 2.5 to 3 million, currently pay for a consumer AI subscription, while over half of the country uses free AI tools. So the pool of people making AI apps is still small. Bam, that's a great point, Sam. The number of people who are using AI with respect to the number of people using AI who are using it for building applications is relatively small. Tom says, see, my platform vibe is going to get us working in groups of 8. Vibe coding will be part of the gaming industry soon. I'm surprised if it isn't already. Endless scrolling on fitness apps, you say? Now I'm curious. Yeah, you're right about that. I know a few vibe coders who are fitness nuts. There is no end to the apps in fitness. See, that's where we can win since we are at over 100,000 in vibe. We can push it. Let's call it vibe fitness. We need to recruit more vibe coders. I can't tell if this is like if you're serious here. We can win since we are at over 100,000 in vibe. Why do you think so many people are offended by the term vibe coding? Why do you think people don't like that term? Yeah, once it becomes free. Just like when people said no one will watch people play games. Think about it, these companies are doing what Google did for 20 years, thought farming. Now AI is thought farming. This Claude session has been running for 53 minutes. Let's see how we were doing on the usage. Let's hear it, Tom. What's your new idea? Alright, we're at 80% usage, and we have an hour until the session limit is reset. Alright, I'm getting more hot chocolate. I'll be right back. Grok is coding it. Now Grok is good at scrambling real-time data. Okay, watch 1995 Strange Days, directed by Catherine Bigelow. That was my idea of where we go. Okay, Grok is coding it. Now Grok is good at scraping real-time data. Gonna put up websites with real-time stats on App Market. Oh, there you go. Yeah, that'd be sweet. Finally got to the bottom of all the apps for fitness. Nice. Checking out the top 50 apps for fitness. Noose Research opens a 48-hour Flux 3 AI Flux 3 AI video preview inside Hermes agents. That sounds pretty interesting. The puzzle is, how do you get people to download this app? How much advertising budget needed? Well, you could start a live stream of yourself building the application, and then as you get people who are interested in what you're doing, then you kind of just like share it with them, and then you make a YouTube video about it one day, and then, you know, I don't know. Replicate the modeling or replicate the marketing model that other successful organizations have done to build an application that's similar. That's the one Martin Scorsese signed with. Black Forest Labs. You're a fan of Strava? Well, maybe I could look into some of these and implement some kind of feature from Strava. Okay, I got 18 apps built. When did you get them built? Did you just build them? I got 18 apps built, or like you've built 18 apps total? Map My Ride was my fave before. Sebastian, I am doing exactly the same app and the sets you logged are what my log looked like. Exactly. Oh yeah, Sebastian. And the sets you logged are what my log looked like. Are you using Claude to build it? I got 18 now. It's easy to build. Tom, how long did it take you to build those 18? Wait, these are not fitness. These are real-time websites. Yeah, Grok is fast. Right now your design system has published toggle that's not on yet. Flipping it means every new project. Huh? Strava reminds me of an old website. Forget the name. Locks in your design system for all future projects. Strava is a social app. Alright, I just made a new song using 11 Labs. This is the new song that I made. Let me know if you think it's good. Nice, Sebastian. That sounds fun. It does. Some kind of dial rather than having to like enter it via text. Videos of people working out, running, etc., cycling. It becomes solo a lot, so you can use your phone to map your ride and make videos, take pictures, etc. I see. How long have you been working on your application, Sebastian? How much time have you spent on it? Have you built other applications before? What's your experience like? What kind of tools are you using? Do you use Claude? Strava is making me want to break out my bike. I love the map function. I'm adding it in your app. Nice. All right, give me a second. Yeah, Tom. What about all the other follow-up prompts, though? Like, you gotta tell it to build you Strava app, but better, but you gotta say more than that, right? You gotta have some kind of, like, follow-up information, or else it's just gonna make tons of assumptions about what you actually want. I mean, if you just want the Strava app, then maybe it'll just build the whole thing out right away without further prompting it to make corrections. Okay, looping it. That's a good point. Okay. Yeah, loop it. Yeah, but how do you set up loops? Use a gauntlet loop. Okay. I don't know what that is. Let me look that up. Gauntlet loop. Gauntlet loop is an autonomous AI multi-agent iteration framework popularized by developer and investor Matt Schumer. The user gives a primary AI agent an open-ended objective without micromanaging technical choices. Ooh, that sounds nice. Okay, so the 1 hour and 12 minutes and 4 seconds session has ended. That's good. I like that song. That was a good song. I'm going to play it one more time. Am I building other things? Yes. How long have you been working on the other, or on the fitness app, Sebastian? Hold on, let me get you a loop. Okay. Also, Sebastian, thank you for stopping by and participating in the chat. I appreciate that, Tom. I made it with 11 labs. I think I'm going to add it to my favorites. Sebastian asks, how do I interact with Claude via Telegram? 100% using Claude SDK. Using Telegram workspaces loop. So when I'm on the go, I keep clouding. That's awesome. I'd like to learn how to set something like that up. I'd like to take the time to learn how to do that. I've been enjoying the process of documenting myself live streaming, building the app, so I only really work on it when I sit down to do a stream. But I could still use that workflow for like another project that I wasn't live streaming. But I've just decided to live stream literally everything that I do that has to do with vibe coding. Which is a really under-optimized workflow, I'm not gonna lie. I realize I don't have like the best tools or resources, or I hate using the same word over and over, but workflow. Alright, I appreciate that, Tom. I ran grok heavy agents for this and put it in your comments. Alright, sweet, man. I appreciate that. I'll take a look. Nice to meet you as well. Thank you for stopping by. Enjoy the cycle. That's awesome, and hopefully, you know, you'll be able to use it like for yourself, and it'll be something you can enjoy as well. I actually have been wondering, like, if that's something I'll do with this application once I feel like it's gotten to a point where I can put it on the App Store. Is I'd like to adopt using it myself a little bit, just to kind of see what the value can feel like by using the application. I'm not sure if I'm going to stick with building it once I get it on the App Store. I'm just going to like reassess what I'm even doing after I get it on the App Store. That's awesome. Nice. You've already got it deployed and it's live. Is it on like the app stores like Apple or Android, Google Play Store? iOS app not yet deployed, but you'll get there soon enough. What I'm building is to replace MindBody, which many gyms use, and customize it for gyms. That's terrific. MindBody, I haven't heard of that. Maybe I have, MindBody, okay. Interesting. MindBody provides cloud-based online scheduling and other business management software for the wellness service industry. Nice, man. I hope that project brings you success and great experience, which I'm sure you have like some experience in doing this kind of stuff already. Just making that assumption. Check the link you sent of the rotary dial. Okay. Where'd you send that at? Sent screenshot of the rotary dial. Did you send it in Discord? Or did you send it earlier? Somewhere? Oh, I see. Wait. No, that's not it. Yeah, let me know where you sent it. I'd love to check it out. The Google Drive link. Is that in chat? Okay, yeah, let me check. I don't see it in the chat. In a few chat messages above. I'm looking between when you said, how do I interact with Claude, be it how I interact. We were talking about Telegram, using it while you're on the go. And then when you started talking about adding set variation. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I don't see any kind of link, Google Drive link. I don't know if it actually sent. Like, I don't know if YouTube blocked it from getting sent. I think YouTube filters my link. You probably can't see it. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I have my Discord attached there. It's just the Discord to like this YouTube channel group, whatever. But you can find my direct profile on there. I think I heard your message. Alright, I got the PNG. I got your image, and I'm looking at it now. We've got barbell back, squats. I like the interface. Weight, body weight, distance. A1, A2. Dumbbell squat, barbell back, squat. Set 1, sets 2 through 3. Add a 4th set. Using Vercel. I just used Vercel for something recently. This is my first time using it. I appreciate you sharing that with me, though. I hope you're having fun building it and that it's exciting. I know that this process has been pretty interesting for me. It is designed to log against a specific program, opening the log page preload, the exercise, and estimated weight and tempo. Opening the log page, preload the exercise. Ah, okay, that's pretty neat. This is the app that I have here. I haven't really demoed it at all during this session, but this is the first screen that pops up. Click Get Started. This shows a little bit about what logging is like. This is tracking progress. This is readiness, honest about what you should or shouldn't be doing. I guess. Readiness is a planning estimate build from what you log, train, how you sleep, and recovery. It is never a diagnosis and never medical advice, okay? Create an account. We'll do that later. What are you planning for to get stronger? How long have you been lifting? A few years. How often can you train? 5 days a week. Select the kind of equipment that you have. Finish setup. You get like a report. Then start training. So now you have access to the full application. You have like what the Today tab view has, which is basically I've got some demo data that's 8 weeks of training, seated training data. Yeah, whatever all this stuff means. I appreciate that, man. Thanks. Most of this session has been getting the onboarding set up nicely. But I do appreciate that. Thanks. I'm trying to avoid the UI from becoming too, I don't know, AI sloppy, I guess you could say. Yeah, the account creation. I just realized that was going to be something that I needed to take care of, so I spent a good amount of time getting that set up. There's no backend hooked up yet, so there's no backend for users to like store their profile, and there's no revenue model implemented yet. I'm saving all the backend stuff for once I finish the front end and any features in the front end. which I honestly feel like I have a lot more work to do on the front end, because it's, you know, more than just a front end consideration. It's like all of these different views that you see in the UI, they offer microservices. Like you can have a graph and then you want to expand the graph to look at detail analysis at a micro level from its original macro view. And I'm just basically going through each of those little instances and making sure that I personally find them appealing, as opposed to the AI just making the assumption of what is appealing and what is not appealing. So that's what we're doing. That's what we're working on. All right, man. Thanks for stopping by. Feel free to stop by anytime. Have a good day. Alright, I think I'm going to wrap things up for now because I've reached a pretty good stopping point. I have completed all my sprints. I don't have any more sprints to work on. Implemented a UI redesign, and yeah, I mean, it's been several hours just to do a damn redesign. That's not initially what I wanted to do, but it's what I decided to do pretty early on in the stream. So anyway, gonna wrap it up because if I don't, then I just have a feeling I need to kind of work on not spending 12 hours streaming. But we hit about 4 hours and 40 minutes on this stream, so this was a pretty good stream. I appreciate everybody who stopped by and who asked questions, participated in some way. I'm not really sure what I'm going to be working on next. I mean, it's all front end UI UX design right now because I want to know that I have an application that's appealing enough to use from a UI functionality perspective in the first place before I even start hooking up backend stuff. So thanks again for watching. I will see you next time.